So this game is cheesy and amazing. And I played it all the time when I was a kid. And now today we're gonna do the entire game in one sitting. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna talk about this game a lot, but let's dive right into it. Resident Evil. So we have two choices here for who we want to play as, with no explanation. We've got Chris, and we've got Jill, and we've got some wacky numbers. I think those might be the last four of their social. But yeah, so Resident Evil 1 came out on the PS1, and then a slightly updated version came out on the PS1 called the Director's Cut, which updated a few things. Because Resident Evil 2 had been delayed, and they wanted to tie people over, so... Anyway. Excuse me. We're gonna play as Jill, because... if you play as Jill, Barry's in the game more, and Barry's a good character. Maybe I'll stream this game again someday and do Chris. This is going to be a long stream, so buckle up.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we're searching for the helicopter of our compatriots Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of our mission.
Found it?
No, I haven't found it yet. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. Bravo Team went to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
Look, Chris!
Now, there are versions of this cutscene in color, but the director's cut version is black and white. It's okay, though. I mean, personally, I don't mind.
It was Bravo Team's helicopter. Nobody was in it. But strangely, most of the equipment was still there. However, we soon discovered why.
Hey! Come here!
Joseph!
No! Don't go! Jill, run for that house!
Chris Redfield. Jill Valentine. Barry Burton. Rebecca Chambers. Albert Wesker. Resident Evil.
Oh, I couldn't stop smiling that entire cutscene. It's so good. They escaped to the mansion where they thought it was safe. Yet,
What is this?
Wow, what a mansion!
Captain Wesker, where's Chris?
Stop it! Don't open that door!
But Chris is...
What is it?
Maybe it's Chris. Now, Jill, can you go?
I'm going with you. Chris is our old partner, you know.
Okay, let me handle this. Stay alert!
oh, I'm so ready. I actually like this a little bit more than the GameCube remake.
A dining room.
So, the GameCube remake is a much better game. It definitely is. But there's just some stuff that I love about the original PS1 game. It's just so deliciously cheesy. Like, Resident Evil Remake is like an actual high quality version of this game. Very high quality. This is like a B horror movie. With all the cheese that you'd expect. Oh look, we're playing a Metroidvania. But yeah, alright, let's play.
What? What is this?
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Hope this is not Chris's blood.
But yeah, this game's great because it uses a mix of 3D wireframe environments that you can't see that are then masked over with pre-rendered backgrounds. So there's precise collision. Like, you can see this pillar here. I can't walk through it, even though it's just a 2D image, because there is a 3D wireframe pillar where that 2D pillar where you would expect it to be. So it's this very cool mix of 3D characters and 2D backgrounds that saves a lot of power for the PS1 to put elsewhere. But it ended up with this style that just kind of still works. The backgrounds are very detailed compared to, you know, what your typical PlayStation 1 game might look like. I love that so much. So that is the censored version of that cutscene. There is a different version where you actually get to see the dude's head fall off. It's great.
Barry?
What is it?
Watch out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of this.
Headshot.
What is it?
Kenneth was killed too. Maybe by this creature. Anyway, let's report this to Wesker.
Okay, hold on just a moment. Just listen to this clock real quick and slowly go insane. Alright, let's go find Wesker. I've got so much about this game to talk about, but I'm trying to save it for as we go through the game.
Wesker! Help me look for him, Jill. And don't leave this hall for the time being.
I wish I could. I wish I was a voice actor in this game. It's so good. So all you have to do here to look for Wesker is go up these stairs and then go back down them. It's very... I looked for him very hard, Barry. These transitions serve as a sort of way to mask loading screens.
Find anything, Jill?
Nothing. What is this all about? I can't figure it out at all.
Beats me, too.
Now it's Wesker's time to disappear. I don't know what's going on.
Well, it can't be helped. Let's search for him separately. I'll check the dining room again.
Okay, I'll try the door on the opposite side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could get into trouble if we get lost. We should start from the first floor, okay? And... Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Thanks. Maybe I'll need it.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. This time, I'll be there.
Barry can't talk without moving his big beefy hands all over the place. It's like Power Rangers where they have to you can't see their mouths, so you have to just whoever's talking has to wiggle. So we said we'd go the other way, but we're gonna go this way first. Cause I wanna check the corpse. So now the music has started. The music is another thing I love about this game. It's so like excellently atmospheric. Actually, I think there's a door over here I can unlock with my lockpick as well. I've played this game a lot. It's been a while since the last time I played it. Shaky text. He's Kenneth from the Stars Bravo team. Now he's become a mere shadow of his former self. Yes. Thanks for the ammo, Kenneth. I'm upscaling the game to make it to make the character models a little bit more visible because I like their janky faces, but I might have to turn the resolution down to native so that we don't get shaky text. Yeah, okay, we can pick that lock. All right. So we're gonna do a puzzle real quick. Well, not really, because we're missing an item we need. Are we? The last time I played this game, actually, I played the remake, which is, like I said, is a great version of this game. It is, on all standards, the superior game between this and the remake. The remake is infinitely scarier, and just the voice acting's better. Graphics are impressive. In fact, they still hold up to this day, in my opinion. But I like the cheesiness of this one. And there's another reason I like this version so much, because this version came out on the DS, and I own that version of this game. And when I was a kid, I used to play it on long car rides all the time. I fucking loved the fact that they put this on DS. It's time for VOD mute. Now, this, I'm pretty sure the whole music sheet is here. Yeah, so you can check out your items. You get like a 3D model of them. The title is Moonlight Sonata. So here's what we do. We take this over to this cool piano here. And we get VOD muted by Beethoven 3,000 years after he died. That's some impressive technology. I like the way its objects just spin. They spin as they zoom into view. It's a classic Indiana Jones puzzle. Someday we will do the remake, but I wanted to start with this one because this is like Evil Dead B horror movie delicious cheese, and it's perfect for October. And like I said at the beginning, we're going to do the entire game in one go, which is probably, I mean, it would take someone who's like a speedrunner could do this in like an hour or less. I am not a speedrunner of this game, and I'm not a professional Resident Evil 1 streamer. I just like this game. So what I'm saying is it's probably going to take me like 6 to 8 hours. That's what I'm trying to say. Will you take the mansion key? Yes. So, we gotta examine this bad boy. And we can see it's got a shield on it. A carving of a shield. Now we know it's the shield key. That information will come in play later. So, there's another thing in this game that's interesting is limited saves, which they brought back in Resident Evil 7, if you played on hard. But you have these ink ribbons, and each one of those is a save. I'm not going to use one yet, but... yeah, I think my favorite time I ever played the DS version of this, I was taking a car trip from where I lived at the time to a city called Portland. Not Portland, Oregon, but America's second favorite Portland. And that is like a 3 to 4 hour car ride. So I started the game at the beginning of the car ride and was finishing it like just shortly before we got home. It's a map of the first floor. Will you take it? You got the map of the first floor. Okay, I think I'm going to, when we do save, I'm going to bump it down to native resolution so we can get rid of shaky text. I like the clearer player models, but I don't like all the shaking. I don't remember if this guy's alive or not, so we're gonna check. Oh yeah. This one doesn't have auto aim, so... well, he got me anyway. Just kick his head off. Now, on the DS version of this, you could change the blood color for some reason. So you could have red, green, or blue blood. Some people could play through this entire game with just the knife, which I find amazingly impressive because... you know what I do with the knife? I get to the first storage box, and I put it in storage, and I never touch it again. That used to scare the hell out of me when I was a kid. Even though, like, I would know that it was going to happen and it would still scare me. And then the motherfuckers do it twice. It's great. Now we're just playing on standard, which is normal. There's training mode, which is like super easy. And then there's hard, which we're not gonna play on hard. I mean, this one might not be as hard as the remake, but the remake, fucking that game on hard will make a grown man cry. Look, working mirrors. Nothing useful. Jill doesn't have to use it, but girls don't poop, or so I've heard. So. But there's advantages and disadvantages to playing as Jill or Chris. I believe Jill has less health. But Barry can help you throughout your story. And Chris has gets headshots more often, but has less inventory space and doesn't get as much help from his partner. Something like that. Took the shotgun. It's a time for the most famous quote from this entire game. It's locked. What are we gonna do? I love the music. I'm just gonna run in circles.
Hey, what's going on?
It took her that long.
Jill? Is that you, Jill? What happened?
Barry, help me, please. The door won't open. Quick!
Quick!
Stay away from the door, Jill. I'm gonna kick this door down. Hurry! This way!
Oh, Barry!
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
You're right. Barry, thanks for saving my life. But Barry, didn't you say you're going back to the dining room to do some research? Why on earth are you here?
I just had something I wanted to check. Now, let's get back to searching for the lost captain and Chris, shall we?
Thank you, Barry.
Yeah.
So in the Japanese version of this game, it's had English voice acting still with Japanese subtitles. Because according to Capcom, the Japanese voice acting was too cheesy. So you can't always see the zombies, but you got this auto-aim, sort of, where your character just points at the nearest threat. That's how you can tell if a zombie's still alive, or if there's any in range. I think there's one more... Nope, okay. I could have swore there was one, like, right down this hallway. Maybe that's only on higher difficulties. But where we're doing the entire game in one go, I didn't want to bump the difficulty up too high and then suffer the whole time. Well, I tried to shoot him while he was on the ground. But yeah, the fixed camera angles are great and add a very cinematic feel to a lot of these rooms. Okay, so here's the storage chest. We can put items in these and then take them out at any other storage chest. There's also 2 handgun clips in here. So inventory management is a puzzle in itself sometimes in this game. And we're going to be doing a lot of it. Earth. Will you take the chemical? Yes, I'll snort it up my jinkum hole. You know what, I'm gonna leave the shaky text is whatever. I'm gonna leave it alone. I liked seeing the models a little bit more detailed. Too many files. Hold on. Wrong. Don't use memory card. Hold on. I gotta save on memory card 2. Memory card 1's full. Memory card 1's got like Xenogears on it. Put that away. We'll this will be our loadout for the moment. This theme or this song in particular is great. It has a very like oppressive, drowning feeling to it. Hey, easy there, cowboy. Playing this now as an adult, it's incredible that this game ever scared me as a kid. I didn't mean to examine the gun. You know what, let's look at the gun. For a PlayStation 1 model, it's a pretty damn good gun model. I'm gonna be honest with you. Capcom's always been pretty good at that. But yeah, it's incredible that this game ever scared me. But back when it was new, or I was younger, well, both statements are true. There was no standard to compare it to. It was the standard. For a long time, Resident Evil was the Dark Souls of horror games. What I mean by that is Dark Souls came out, and then every game that was hard afterwards was a Dark Souls game. Of its kind of game. After Resident Evil came out, every game of this style was a Resident Evil clone, or Resident Evil inspired. Carving of a helmet. So we can't use the shield key on that. Wood is put in the stove. A paper is on the wall. Jill's ability to perceive is impeccable. Carving of armor. Playing this game is just it's putting me in a good mood. It's like trips down memory lane. Also, there's like flavor text on almost everything in this game. I mean, some of it's just like nothing uncommon, or it's well arranged, but you can check almost everything and it's like, it's a chair. There's a lamp on top. I always liked it because it's like, why not? Botany book about medicinal herbs. As you may know, there are many plants that have medical effects. Since ancient times, humans have been healing wounds and diseases using various plants. In this book, we're going to sample 3 herbs that grow around the Raccoon Mountains, and give their outlines as examples of those plants with medical properties. Each herb has different colors and different effects as medical plants. The green one recovers physical strength, the blue one neutralizes neutral toxins, while the red herb does not have any effect by itself. The red herb is only effective when it is mixed with other herbs. For example, if you mix this herb with the herb that recovers physical strength, the recovery effect will be tripled. By adjusting the amount and experimenting with these 3 herbs, you can create various kinds of medicines, but I'll leave the details in your hands, because that's the best way to acquire true knowledge. Can I say herb a few more times, please? So we got did we get... Hold on. I thought there was a lighter in here somewhere. Oh yeah, the doorknob's broken. I don't know why. It just hinders you from going into that room for a few extra seconds. I thought there was a lighter in this room, but that could be the remake I'm thinking of. I guess that is the remake I'm thinking of. Okay. Chris starts with a lighter, and Jill gets the lockpick. That's another major difference between the two. A carving of armor. Carving of armor. We need that armor key, don't we?
Barry!
Jill, what's going on? Any clues?
No, but something's wrong with this house.
Whoa, this hall is dangerous. Maybe it's better to secure our escape route first. There must be a back door somewhere. Let's try to find it first, shall we?
Okay, let's separate again.
Just a moment. I found something.
What is it?
It's a weapon. It's really powerful, especially against living things. Better take it with you.
But how about you, Barry?
I have this.
Thank you. I'll take this then.
It's really powerful, especially against living things, you know, because weapons aren't very effective on things that aren't alive. I tried using it on a rock, but it didn't work very well. This is a song in the game that's just straight up creepy. Bazooka. Not grenade launcher, bazooka. Already we've got 3 guns. I've always kind of wanted to take all the cutscenes from this game and redub them just for fun with friends. I feel like that'd be excellent, but like still maintain the cheese. I might do that someday. We could kill this zombie or we could just leave him alone, because this zombie... This room is a big circle. Actually, let me make sure he's not the only zombie, actually. In the remake, there's only one zombie up here. Alright, you know what? I am gonna kill them, because they're not gonna come back. Once they're dead in this one, they're dead. Alright, good. Now it's time to commit property damage. Nice statue you got there. I hope Barry wasn't down there. I think I just shot that dude's, like, arm off or something. I saw something pop off. Yeah, it was his arm. I think that was something else the Director's Cut version added, was, like, limb dismemberment. Okay, there goes all of my handgun ammo. Numeric key panel. You don't know the pass number. Carving of a helmet. So we got a lot of helmet and armor doors. But yeah, I was mentioning it earlier, these transitions masked loading screens, but regardless of the fact that they're basically useless in the remake, I still like that they are kept in. Because they kind of look cool, and Resident Evil isn't Resident Evil without the transitions, in my opinion. Those classic door transitions and stuff and things, they're good. Say goodbye to your arm. Ooh. Here it is, the save room music. Makes you feel calm on the inside. Vitamins and serums. If this game came out like a year or two ago, it would have been essential oils. Yeah, sure, we'll save. Alright. Let's throw these ink ribbons away, and I'm gonna put one of these green herbs away. Because I'm doing fine on health right now. Oh yeah, you have to, like, crap, you can't stack them in the box. Hold on. Get ready to hate my organizational lack of skill. My lack of organizational skills. I just throw shit in the box wherever there's space. Also, I don't think there's enough items in the game to fill that box. In any of the Resident Evil games that have the storage box. Right. I should have remembered that I only had 3 bullets left. That would be fine. I'm sure we'll be okay. Oh, I should have grabbed the chemical. It's okay, let me go this way and get ammo. At some point we'll be doing Resident Evil 2, but I want to do the N64 version. I'm gonna get, there's this thing I want to get that lets me hook my N64 up with an HDMI cable. And that'll let me capture my N64. And then we're just gonna do the N64 version of 2, because there is a lot of stuff in that version I like the randomizer. I love that theme. That is anxiety, raw anxiety in audio form. Okay, let's read this diary. Keeper's Diary. May 9th, 1998. At night, we played poker with Scott the guard, Alias, and Steve the researcher. Steve was really lucky, but I think he was cheating. What a scumbag. May 10th, 1998. Today, a high-ranking researcher asked me to take care of a new monster. Looks like a gorilla without any skin. They told me to feed them live food. When I threw in a pig, they were playing with it, tearing off the pig's legs and pulling out the guts before they actually ate it. May 11th, 1998. Around 5 o'clock this morning, Scott came in and woke me up suddenly. He was wearing a protection suit that looks like a spacesuit. He told me to put one on as well. I heard there was an accident in the basement lab. It's no wonder those researchers never rest, even at night. May 12th, 1998. I've been wearing this annoying spacesuit since yesterday. My skin grows musty and feels very itchy. By way of revenge, I didn't feed those dogs today. Now I feel better. May 13th, 1998. I went to the medical room because my back is all swollen and feels itchy. They put a big bandage on my back and the doctor told me I did not need to wear the spacesuit anymore. I guess I can sleep well tonight. May 14th, 1998. When I woke up this morning, I found another blister on my foot. It was annoying and I ended up dragging my foot as I went to the dog's pen. They've been quiet since morning, which is very unusual. I found that some of them had escaped. I'll be in real trouble if the higher-ups find out. May 15th, 1998. Even though I didn't feel well, I decided to go see Nancy. It's my first day off in a long time, but I was stopped by the guard on the way out. They say the company has ordered that no one leave the grounds. Can't even make a phone call? What kind of joke is this? May 16th, 1998. I heard a researcher who tried to escape from this mansion was shot last night. My entire body feels burning and itchy at night. When I was scratching the swelling on my arm, a lump of rotten flesh dropped off. What the hell is happening to me? May 19th, 1998. Fever gone, but itchy. Hungry and eat doggy food. Itchy, itchy. Scott came. Ugly face, so killed him. Tasty. 4. Itchy, tasty. That's one of my favorite readable files in the game, just because it's like, here's the mental transition of human to zombie. Okay, so we're gonna go pick up an item over here. The statue we pushed down landed in the dining room down here. Nice. I'm also gonna double check Kenneth's corpse to make sure I grabbed all the ammo he had. I think I did, but I just want to make sure. Okay. Alright, I did. Hopefully I can get a little bit more ammo. It reads, some tigers have a red eye and a blue eye. Will you take the wind crest? So that was a key item. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna test our ability to juke the zombies real quick. I mean, I could whip out the shotgun, but the more I save ammo for the bazooka and the shotgun, the better a time I'm gonna have later on in the game. Oh yeah, like, I need the chemical. I gotta go make some jenkum. I think in the DS version you could skip the transitions, because, I mean, it was loading off a cartridge. But I never did. Another thing about the remake that makes it much harder. The zombies are a lot harder to run around sometimes. Yeah, so that's what the chemical's for. It might be a zombie plant, but it's still weak to herbicides. Got another key. If you run up to this thing without killing it, it just smacks you around a little bit. There's also a lot of herbs right here. I probably could have easily cranked the difficulty up a little bit, but I kind of wanted to just relax and have fun with this. I might stream it again someday on a harder difficulty as Chris. In fact, that would give me even more reason to restream this. Do it as Chris on a harder difficulty. So we can mix these, which you definitely want to do because red herbs are useless without a green herb or a blue herb. And it also makes it take less inventory space. You can also mix green and green, which is just as effective as using them separately. But if you need the inventory space, it's always a option. So let's examine this so we can know what key it is. It's the armor key. There we go. We've been looking for it. Now maybe I can get some ammo. Like, that zombie is in such an easy spot to just run past him. I might not even bother killing him because I'm only going to go back to those rooms one last time to go to the lion statue when we have the red gem. Alright, so here's an item we don't need, but I'm going to take a look at it. This is a broken shotgun. It won't say that because I can't pick it up, but the barrel, you can see here the barrel's broken. As Chris, you can't just pick up the shotgun and have Barry come save you from the crush room. So as Chris, you have to grab the broken shotgun first, and then you pick up the working one and put the broken one down in its place. But as Jill, you don't need to even worry about the broken shotgun because Barry comes and saves you. The desk is locked. Yes. As Chris, for any door that can be lockpicked, you need to find small keys. So the lockpick definitely comes in handy for Jill. I think, in my opinion, the lockpick is the better item between the lockpick or the lighter. But overall, Jill has less health, but she's also got more inventory space. Oh, I got grabbed. That guy was fast. Also, that put me in danger. I went from fine to danger just like that. Granted, I did get my ankle bit earlier, but still. Zombie bites want to be avoided. Well, I guess I can grab that shotgun shell now. Okay, so... Let's put this away. I'm gonna keep just a green herb on me. Because I think I'll be okay. And I think there's one last door we can open with our sword key. Shield key, I mean. I think it's at the end of this hall over here is the last door we can open. Before the stream today, I was checking out some Half-Life Alyx mods because I was curious what people were able to do with the game now that's been out for a while. And someone recreated, like, did like a sort of Half-Life Alyx recreation of Rapture from BioShock. I didn't play it for very long, but what I played of it was very cool. Okay, that door does not open with the shield key. It doesn't even open from this side. So that's another remake thing that I'm thinking of. Sometimes it's hard for me to, as much as the remake looks better than this game, it's still difficult at times for me to differentiate between the two. But we got the armor key, so we can go... There's a few areas we can go to now. I don't think we can go in this door yet. I stand corrected. Now the mirrors, the working mirrors, and this is a very simple trick that I'm surprised games don't still use sometimes. There was a generation there, 360, PS3, Wii U, where mirrors were always just broken if games didn't want to do real-time reflections. But all this is there's just a second Jill model behind that wall there that just moves in the opposite direction that your character is moving. So it's not even really a reflection. There really is just a second Jill. But it's a really clever way to do a reflection with the limited hardware. And games use that trick for a long time too. Like on the GameCube, Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes, Snake's reflection is just a second snake. Which is why I'm surprised games don't still use that trick. I mean, we have the ability to do actual, like, light reflections now, but, well, simulated light reflections that create, you know, very realistic-looking reflections in games and animation. But, you know, I think games could still get away with the old double your model trick. Just, yeah. You just, all you have to do is like flip the model. Now this door, I believe, this is a post-game door. You can go in there to like change your costume, I think, because you unlock costumes for beating the game. Nothing major. Nothing major. Okay, let's see. Let's go drop off some items real quick. Jill is like stomping her way up those stairs, by the way. Like she just got told to turn the game off and go to bed. Alright, here's a puzzle, quote unquote. It's a very, very simple puzzle. There's a vent in the floor, that's a little sus. All done. Puzzle solved. Oh wait, there's a second vent in the floor. Hold on. Good thing these 300,000-pound statues aren't very hard to move. What a practical and cool room this is to have in your mansion. There's a switch. Will you push it? If you don't cover the vents, gas leaks into the room. And then... I can't remember if it insta-kills you or if you just get poisoned. But if you get poisoned, you're kind of fucked because there's... I don't think there's any blue herbs in this area. Actually, I think I know where the last shield key door is. Maybe. But first, let's drop off some items. Oh, I think I remember where the lighter is, by the way, in this version. Alright, let's save. Wrong memory card. Hold on. You know, I'm glad memory cards are a thing of the past. I remember never having enough memory cards when I was a kid, so I always, like, whenever I wanted to play a new game, I always had to delete a save for something else. It was always like, what do I want to delete? I don't want to delete any saves. I suppose you could probably fill this if you didn't stack any of your items. That might be, like, the only way you could fill that thing. And then you go play an old game, you have to start over because you deleted the save to play a new game. It was a vicious cycle. Nope, this door's not locked, so never mind. Alright, here's another puzzle. And there's some crows. So here's the hint we get for the puzzle. The picture is entitled The End of Life. There's a switch below. Will you push it? No. A picture of a bold-looking old man. A picture of a lively boy. A picture of an infant. A picture of a young man. A picture of a newborn baby. We're going to push the switch on this one. Basically, the puzzle here is you need to go from the beginning to the end of life. A picture of a tired, middle-aged man. Oh yeah, this is the hint. The picture is entitled From Cradle to Grave. So we did the newborn, infant, lively boy, young man, middle-aged man. I don't know why this picture is crooked, but it always made me feel like middle-aged was going to be the roughest time of my life. I'm serious. When I was a kid, I always saw the crooked middle-aged man photo, and I was always like, well, that's like the bad time of your life, I guess. Bold-looking old man. And death. horror synth. Dude, I like this, the face on that star. That was amazing. I want to look at that a little closer. If you need a profile picture, I think that's a winner. Dude, this song is popping off. This is also like the only time in the game you hear it, I think. Grandpa's jamming out on the MIDI organ. Yeah, actually, I was gonna drop off items, but I've just got 3 open slots. As Chris, you have to make way more trips to drop off items. If you want to grab everything. Okay, this is the last room to check in this little hallway here. Watch out for the dogs. I think all there is out here is herbs, so hold on. Come on. Go down. I'm gonna grab as many of these as I can. I don't think I'm gonna have space for all of them. I didn't mean to look at it. I keep doing that. I keep clicking on check instead of combine. I think I'm expecting the game to remember where I left the cursor. A rusty boiler. Nothing strange. It's a little strange. It's kind of quiet. I don't think it's on. By the way, when we played Heaven's Dust, or whatever that was called, this ambience we're hearing out here, this crickets and howling, they ripped that from this game and used that in their game, and I don't know how they haven't like got caught yet. I recognized it right away. It's a game officially available on Steam, so unless that's a stock, I mean, I suppose it could be a stock sound effect. Or a collection of stock sound effects, but I don't know. I mean, the Link's Awakening remake used a stock sound effect of a pot smashing. So, I mean, even big budget games use stock sound effects. I mean, the most famous stock sound effect is in almost every movie after Indiana Jones 2. Or maybe it was even in the first Indiana Jones, but 2 referenced... Yeah, it was in the first Indiana Jones. It's the Wilhelm scream, but... Indiana Jones 2 references what that scream was originally supposed to be, which was man attacked by alligator. But the Wilhelm scream is like in almost any movie that isn't too serious has that scream at least once. That's probably the most famous stock sound ever. Oh, hold on. Let me put the star crest away. All right, we're gonna go. We should be able to go in this door now because we got the armor key. Researcher's will. My dear Alma, the fact that you have received this letter is both a joy and a sadness for me. I could not even talk to you because of that guy in the sunglasses. Alma, be calm and read this. I think I've told you that I moved to a pharmaceutical company's lab. They headhunted me. Last month, there was an accident in the lab, and the virus we were studying escaped. All my colleagues who were infected by the virus are dead. To be accurate, they've become the living dead. They still wander around. Some of them are knocking on my room door desperately right now. But there's no sign of intelligence in their eyes. That cursed virus takes away all humanity from the human brain. Love, joy, sorrow, fear, humor, eternally. And Alma, even the memories of the days I spent with you. Yes, I'm infected. I did everything I could, but I could only delay the progress by a few days. The most frightening thing is that I forget more about you by the day. So I chose a peaceful death, rather than becoming the living dead. Within an hour, I will have entered my eternal sleep. I do hope you'll understand my decision. Goodbye, and forever yours, Martin Crackhorn. He turned himself into fertilizer. It seems someone has searched here already. It appears to be a switch. Will you push it? No. Now, there's no body in this room, so I'm going to assume that he left the note and went somewhere else, or he did end up becoming a zombie. Okay, hold on. I think I pushed that the wrong way. Okay, magically things reset when you leave a room. Nope, okay. Somehow I have to flood the fish tank. I guess just push the switch. What an odd way to drain your fish tank. But yeah, it's amazing how much harder the remake is than this version. Even on normal, the remake is very, very hard. Alright, we got the lighter, and just like that, our inventory is full. There's an herb in here. I think it's think it's a red. It is. It's a red one. I'll come back for it, probably. Probably. Not that I need every single herb in the game, but... there's one more thing we'll do before we go and drop off items. And we're actually pretty close to being done with this first mansion part. This might not take me all day. Wood burning. The map of the second floor. Yeah, they don't really explain how that works in this version, but in the remake, it's like a stone engraving of the map, and you put wood up against it and burn it into the wood. Not that you really need the map, but it does help with exploring. In fact, I haven't consulted the map once, but this is what the map looks like. It tells you which rooms you've been in, and that's about it. It will come in more handy later on, I think, but I do know this game pretty well. I can't count how many times I've played this game growing up. Now, it has been a few years since I've played the original. It's been like 3 or 4 years at least. But this game is like burned into my memory. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to the lighter because I think we need it for one more room. And we'll never need it again. I can't say that for sure. I think you need it for one more room, and that's basically the extent of its use. The remake makes the lighter a much more important item, and almost makes Chris... It validates Chris starting with it even more, because in the remake, zombies, when you kill them, if you don't blow their head off, you have to burn them, or they will get back up even stronger soon-ish. And you need 2 items to do that. You need the lighter and you need kerosene. So as Chris, you always have the lighter, meaning you just need to use up an inventory spot for the kerosene. But as Jill, you lose 2 inventory spots because you need the lighter and the kerosene. This key is useless now. Discard. Yes. I'm glad the game does that. It's like, okay, you magically know there's no more doors that require this key.
Richard, what happened?
Muzak.
Oh, Jill, this house is dangerous. There are terrible demons. Ouch!
You're wounded. What kind of demon attacked you?
It was a huge snake, and also poisonous. Ugh.
Poisonous? Oh no. Richard, hold on.
There is serum. Oh no, I should have brought some with me.
No problem. I'll go and get it.
Thanks.
Porn parody level acting. Now, I think if we are too slow, Richard will die. Well, he's gonna die anyway. But like, he can have one final conversation with you if you're quick enough. In the remake, he can die or you can save him. But even in the remake, he'll die eventually, no matter how hard you try to keep him alive. So let's rush over to that serum. Now, I cleared the path to the serum already, so we're fine. unlike the remake, once you've killed zombies in this one, they stay dead. So you can clean the mansion out pretty easily. And then just explore and do puzzles. Eventually, once you hit certain points, the enemies reappear, but it's like you have to make progress in the story for that to happen. There's also a mode in the GameCube version where storage boxes do not connect. So if you put an item in a storage box, you can only retrieve it from that storage box. Will you take the serum? Yes. I don't take a needle though, just make him drink it. I don't know, I'm not a medical professional. It's like, I imagine it works like cough syrup. Yeah, they never show you like a hard time limit or anything like that, but I imagine, I want to say it's like 6-ish minutes you have to go get the serum and bring it back to him. If I was rich, okay, that's gonna sound like really random, but if I was rich, I would use my money to build a 1-to-1 model of the, well, it wouldn't be a model if it was 1-to-1, but I'd just build the Resident Evil mansion in real life and live in it. I'd know my way around.
Here's the serum. Richard, hold on. I'll give you a shot now.
Jill, here's my radio. You should keep it. I'm...
No! Richard!
Jill, be careful.
Oh no, not Richard. So the radio he gave you is this. You can't do anything with it, but there's story moments that involve it. The battery is still charged. I don't know why Jill doesn't have her own radio. I mean, we're all part of STARS. I guess we don't have a very good budget here at Raccoon City Police Department. Okay, I think we're about to fight a boss battle, and I'm gonna go get the shotgun. But there's one other room as well, so... I'm gonna check that room first. Okay, thanks. Man, some rooms in this game are just... small. I think I can use the lighter on these candles, maybe? A candle. Yep. Somehow it's too dark to see anything in the room until you light the candle, and then all of a sudden your character can see. Somehow you were able to see the candle, though. Acid rounds. What an odd thing to just be lying around in a regular old mansion. Alright, let's go grab the shotgun and save. I should play the remake more, just so that I can be more familiar with that game. In fact, I should probably play the remake like a couple of times before I stream it, because I don't know the remake very well at all. I've only beat the remake like 3 times. I've beat the remake 3 to 4 times compared to the 20 to 30 times I've played this game growing up. My memory of this game is going to get a little hazier around the ending. The ending area, I'm less familiar with. I think that'll be enough ammo. Okay, alright, let's do this. Cue the Doom music. I was tempted for half a second to put on like the Genesis Doom soundtrack, which is just farts. Or 32X. 32X, not the Genesis. It's like the butt trumpets. It's like the basement butt trumpets from the DualShock Director's Cut. It's so bad. Alright, I'm coming for you, first boss. That's enough farts. At least the Super Nintendo version of Doom, it might have run a little worse than the 32X version, but the music was mostly intact. Here's the first boss. It's a big snake. If you're afraid of snakes, this boss might suck to look at. Ow. I'm not. I love snakes. I think, and that's it. That beat him. I could have come here without any extra ammo. Books and gadgetry. Nothing useful. Yeah, so he just crawls off. Also, we're poisoned, by the way. We'll be fine, though, I'm sure. And we left with more ammo than we started the battle with.
Am I poisoned? Give me the serum.
Time to join Richard. Well, yeah, Richard. And Kenneth. Never mind, Barry came and saved the day. What a man. Our boy Barry.
Barry. Barry?
Thanks, Barry. You're a legend. Alright, it's time to leave the mansion. Already. So I need to grab all of the emblems. Crests. I think it'd be faster for us to go this way, actually. But yeah, when I was a kid, I would play this game in my living room sometimes, and I would get scared. And I would voice crack at 22 years old. And then I would hide behind the couch and like keep playing, but like half hiding my eyes behind the couch. I was barely taller than the couch because I was probably like 6, 7 years old at that point. This game was my exposure to horror games, and is the reason I love them so much now as an adult. So yes, this was one of the 4 major games I had planned for October. This is the first of 4. There will also be there will be Outlast we'll be doing next Wednesday. And the Wednesday after that, we'll be doing The Typing of the Dead, which is another excellently cheesy October game. And we'll be finishing with Grim Fandango, which is a excellent LucasArts point-and-click adventure game about the afterlife, where you play as a Grim Reaper. Gotcha. The dogs in this one are way easier than the dogs in Remake. The dogs in Remake can insta-kill you. Now, something I always like about the DS version is it takes a lot of the puzzles in this game that are very simple and turns them into much more interactive puzzles with the touchscreen. It's a very fun version of this game. I might actually, when we do Chris, instead of doing this version of Resident Evil 1, we might do the DS version of Resident Evil 1, and do Chris. Because or the DS version is, for the most part, just a port of the PS1 version. But they did include some touchscreen puzzles and things that, in my opinion, actually improve the game a little bit. Like in the room we did with the 2 statues you have to move to stop the gas from entering the room. Instead of that, you have to do a puzzle with scales where you need to balance a bunch of gems and get them to weigh the same on both scales. But you have an odd number of different weighing gems, and the only way to really tell what weighs what is to compare them. So it's basically just trial and error, but it's still a fun little puzzle, and it's leagues better than pushing 2 statues. Died in the same spot.
This is Brad. Stars Alpha Team. Please respond. What the hell? Is nobody out there?
Brad, this is Jill.
This is Brad. Stars Alpha Team. Bravo Team. It doesn't matter. Anybody answer me. This is
Brad? Brad!
Brad can't hear us. The radio's busted. Or Jill just doesn't know how to use it, and that's why they didn't give her one. Well, I'm definitely going to have enough healing items, that's for sure. And that is there's a lot of dogs howling. Just like the same 30-second loop over and over again. And there's our first blue herb. So those cure poison. You can mix them with green herbs, but they're just as effective by themselves. There's like a little, yeah, okay, hold on. Here's a map, I think. It's a map of the garden. Will you take it? Yeah. Nice. Yeah, so even though we're outside, we're still confined within the walls of the mansion property, so no running away yet. Whoa, graphics is... I miss the days of games needing to use pre-rendered cutscenes to do just about anything. The water is running down the opposite side. Someday maybe I'll check out Resident Evil The Dark Side Chronicles and The Umbrella Chronicles. Those games are great because they're just arcade shooters that go through all of the classic Resident Evil games. And you can co-op them. And they've got bonus lore, because there's chapters where you can play as characters that aren't playable in the actual games. Let me make sure I'm okay. Yeah, the dogs are bad if you actually let them get you, but it's really easy to avoid them. By the way, waterfall on your left here. Waterfall in stereo. The water is running from the upper water passage. There's something in the back. There's that famous Jill Valentine perception. You got level 11 perception. Hello. Well, I can grab one of these herbs. I'll grab a blue one. There, that's all of them. Every herb you can mix. Now roll it up and smoke it. I don't know why Jill has so much, like, paper to put these crushed up herbs in. Very convenient. Maybe she just likes to trace stuff. She's got a lot of tracing paper. Alright, here's the guardhouse. This is like the bunk area for the mansion guards. If you can push something, there's a reason for it to be pushed. In this case, it's to cover up that suspicious-looking hole. Tentacle will come out of that hole and smack you if you don't cover it up. So I'm gonna leave these blue herbs behind, but if I need to heal, I will run back and grab them. Actually, I might keep one on me because I think there's a part where you are gonna get poisoned, no matter what. So I'll keep one on me. I'm also gonna swap out for the shotgun for a moment because I got good reason. I'll leave it at that. I got good reason. Let's just do a weaponless run from here on out. I think that sounds like a good idea. Also, let's save real quick. But yeah, I like how they basically modeled all of the rooms in the game in 3D. And then just took screenshots of them at different angles and used those. It's great. I mean, it worked well. It definitely saved space on the disc and processing power. What limited, you know, power they had to work with on the PS1. Some games, to this day, still use pre-rendered backgrounds. It's a technique that hasn't stopped being used. I'm trying to think of a... Well, Final Fantasy VII Remake, for example, used pre-rendered backgrounds for some of the distant background, actually. Okay, this wasn't the room I grabbed the shotgun for. But, you know what? We've saved shotgun ammo. Let's pop some zombies' heads. I hear this song in my head sometimes. This is another just like raw anxiety song. All pages are blank. What's it for? Nobody knows. The bathtub is filled with muddy water. Will you unplug it? Yes, I need that key. Thanks. Now this area is great in the remake. This might be one of my favorite areas in the remake. Just because they really just upped the atmosphere here. But yeah, you see that motherfucker that just like jumped on my head? Yeah. Fucking shotgun time. Jesus. Fuck these things, man. Shoot him. Gosh. I hate spiders. I really do. And this game didn't make my love for like didn't help me like them any more than I already don't. That sentence was very hard to get out. Alright, you little shitheads. Fucking little JPEGs biting my ankles. That's why I grabbed the shotgun though, was for those spiders. I think this is the only room with spiders in this area. It's a pinball machine. It's broken. A 9-ball. A 6-ball. A 3-ball, so it's a clock. It looks like a clock dial. 3, 4, 5, some kind of a code. 345. remember that number. Alright, we'll swap back to the handgun now. I just wanted to deal with those two giant tarantulas. Let me grab a green herb at least. Yeah, the remake only makes those spiders worse. Although I will admit, when I played the 2 remake, which I haven't streamed yet, but we will someday, I was disappointed that they took the giant spiders out. I was kind of hoping to see how nasty they'd be. But they decided to put a different enemy in instead. If they remake the Resident Evil remake, so if they make a remake, as dumb as that sounds, they might actually do that. I hope they don't take the giant spiders out. As much as I hate them, they're a staple. It's locked. The plate says O2. It's locked. There's a panel with number keys. Will you push the keys? Yeah. Now you can solve that puzzle without the pool table solution, because all you have to do is fill in all of the... You just have to make all the lights red. But all you have to do is hit 3, 4, 5 and it's solved. Oh yeah, here's a puzzle I always enjoyed. Something is written on the wall. 1 + 2 = 3, 3 + 4 = 7, 2 + 4 = 6, 6 + 7 = 13, 13 + 3 = 16. We're not going to do this yet because we don't have the information. We need to furnish our informations first. But there's basically a chemistry. You do some chemistry work in that room. O3. That was a big hornet's nest. Not the bees. No, not the bees. The number O2 is engraved. Yeah, so I think watching this, you might notice a lot of these rooms are very empty. Like, a lot of these big rooms are very just, like, empty rooms. There's nothing in the middle. The remake, they take a lot of time to put stuff in the middle of the rooms to make them feel less empty. The more narrow rooms are almost identical between the two games because you couldn't really fit anything in them anyway. But yeah, they took the time to make the rooms feel more like rooms. Gotcha. Ammo in the sink. A dormitory sketch. Will you take it? Yes. Got the map of the dormitory. Plant 42 report. 4 days have passed since the accident, and the plant at Point 42 is growing amazingly fast. Has been affected by the T-virus differently than other plants have been, and shows a unique shape in addition to its size. Looking at the way it behaves, it is now difficult to determine what kind of plant it was originally. There are 2 ways in which Plant 42 gathers nutrition. The first one is through its root that reaches into the basement. Immediately after the accident, a scientist went mad and broke the water tank in the basement. Now the basement is filled with water. It is easily imaginable that some chemical elements were blended in the water, and promotes the incredibly fast growth of Plant 42. Another part of Plant 42 from the basement grows through the duct and hangs down like so many bulbs from the ceiling of the first floor. Many vines come out of those bulbs, and they are the second source of its resource for its nutrition. Once sensing movement, Plant 42 shoots its vines around the prey and holds it. Then it starts sucking up blood, using the suckers located at the back of its vine. It also has some intelligence. It blocks the door by twining its vines around it, especially when it captures prey or is sleeping. Several staff members have already fallen victim to this. May 21st, 1998. Henry Sarton. So there we go. A mutant monster plant. Created half on accident. Yeah, so here comes a interesting puzzle. All you do is push boxes into this water, and they magically make a bridge. I love the fake physics, like the pre-animated physics. It's great. I mean, it doesn't look that bad for the time. It's just a little funny. I always thought these boxes looked a lot like the boxes from Ocarina of Time. I don't know why. But there's like text on them that's not English. Or maybe oh, I think that says UMB. But as a kid, it always kind of looked like the Hylian font, especially from a distance like this. But yeah, looking at it now, I think it says UMB. There, the perfect amount of space. And the boxes had... somehow those boxes were able to hold my weight. Here comes the sharks. Yeah, there was a lot of water in that tank, because it flooded all of these rooms. Okay, this is where the roots are that they talked about. Okay, I don't think there's... Oh. No. Nope, nothing. I thought I'd check. But yeah, so it's sucking up nutrients in the water. Pee on them, see if it likes that. Oh no, a shark. Yeah, and also go through the door, please. The shark was kind enough to wait for me, thankfully. Nothing special. So we need to lower the water level, I believe. There's a lever. Will you move it? Yeah. There. Pretty simple. Now that shark is just screwed. The remake makes the shark a much bigger threat. And the DS version makes you have to solve an actual puzzle there to lower the water level. And if you screw it up, the water gets tainted and you get poisoned. Yes. Yes, I will take the dormitory key. This is like 03? Yep. Number 03 is engraved. That's a good room, because it's just chock full of ammunition. I mean, kind of an odd place to keep ammunition. Doesn't really look like an armory. And we're in a laboratory right now. But I'll take it. There they are, just flopping. Now, they can, I believe, still hit you. And they can still move around a bit. Eventually, they'll suffocate. Or just dry out. Alright, let's get out of this basement so we can get away from this very repetitive string of notes. Wait, there's another herb there. Hold on. Oh, it's 69 degrees out right now. Nice. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of like the Windows 10 update that came out. I mean, it came out a while ago now, but it tells me the weather and temperature in the bottom right corner of my taskbar. It's not, like, intrusive. I mean, sometimes I mouse over it on accident and it pops up this window, but it's not that big of a deal. But it's 70 out and it's sunny. Good day to stay inside. Alright, let's go unlock this door real quick. I mean, I'm gonna have to go drop off some items, but I just want to see what's in here real quick. Right, there's a book here. There's one white book. V-Jolt report. This is what I need for the chemistry room. As I stated in the last report, there are some common features found in the cells of the plant infected by the Tyrant virus. We also found interesting fact through some experiments. We found an element that destroys these plant cells rapidly in UMB number 16, one of the series of UMB chemicals that we used for that experiment. We named this UMB number 16 as V-Jolt. In our calculation, it'll take less than 5 seconds to destroy plant 42 if we put the V-Jolt directly on the root. You need to mix some of the UMB series chemicals in a specific order to create V-Jolt. But the UMB series chemicals may generate a poisonous gas which is harmful to the human body. Extreme caution should be taken when handling these chemicals. Following are the types of UMB series chemicals and their brief characteristics. UMB 2, red. UMB 4, green. UMB 7, white. UMB number 13, blue. V-Jolt. UMB number 16, brown. And P003, purple. Yellow 6, yellow. It's time to make our own soda. Now a book is missing. Curious, we picked up a red book earlier. So let's go get ready for boss number 2. Now this boss can be easier if you make the V-Jolt. But as Chris, you can't make the V-Jolt yourself. You have to have Rebecca make it. And as Jill, you can make it yourself. And there are certain circumstances where Rebecca won't be able to make the V-Jolt for you because she's busy doing something else. So you'll have to just fight the boss yourself at full health. But if you use the V-Jolt first, it weakens the boss quite a bit. Alright, let's go dump off some items real quick and we'll grab the book and we'll start working on our chemistry project. We're also going to swap out for the shotgun, because I think even if you use V-Jolt, you still have to fight the plant a little bit. Maybe. I don't remember exactly. I also think Barry shows up and helps you out a bit, but again, I'm still trying to differentiate between this and the remake. Alright, where did I put the shotgun? It's like all the way at the bottom, right? No. Here's that famous organization. Alright, there we go. We'll save too, just so we don't chance losing any progress. Let's see if we can get through this whole game without dying. Wouldn't that be great? I mean, I didn't put it on I put it on standard. So it's not like it's not like that would be super impressive, but at this point it would be pathetic if I did die. After this plant fight, I'd say we're probably about halfway through the game. It's a short game when you know... By the way, why did I still have the crank on me? Anyway, it's a fairly short game when you kind of know the layout. Can't believe I forgot to, like, put the crank away that entire time. That's what having extra inventory space will do to you. All right, so let's make make the let's make some drugs. It's time to cook. Yes. I might have to put the book down first before I do this. I don't have enough space. Space. No. So this is just a very basic math puzzle, really. Like, the reality of it is it's just mixing adding numbers together. Something's written on the wall. Water equals red 1, red equals 2, purple equals 3, green equals 4. So yeah. You just add the numbers up till you get to 16. 1 plus 2 equals 3, 3 plus 4 equals 7, 2 plus 4 equals 6, 6 plus 7 equals 13, 13 plus 3 equals 16. So you could have done this puzzle, I mean, with just that information, I suppose. But I always do it after reading the file just because. So we're going to put this book on the shelf, get it out of our inventory. Wow. It's like a Scooby-Doo episode. Alright, before we do this puzzle, I have to use the restroom real quick, so I will be right back. Okay, alright. Let's do this. Man, Jill's getting bored. Alright, so let's see. We've got enough space to carry all the bottles. So we're gonna put water in one of them, because that's 1. You got the water. Okay, so we need to do 1 plus 2. That's UMB number 2, though. Which, wait, so we got UMB number 2, water, and UMB number 4. Okay, so yeah, the numbers are. So first we want to do water plus number 2. That gave us number 3. Next we want to do like 3 plus 4. No, we don't want to do 3 plus 4. Or yes, we do. We want to do 3 plus 4 because that gives us 7. And then we want to do... We also want to do 2 plus 4. And then... There we go. Combine those and get 6. Combine 6 and 7 and get 13. And then we just need to combine a 3. And there we go, V-Jolt. Cool water. Yeah, sure. Now I can destroy that Ivy monster. Let's go do it. All right. Yeah, so we're gonna go back down to the basement level. I guess we could have done... We could have done the bottle puzzle first. And then done this all in one run, but I kind of feel like it makes more sense contextually to do the bottle puzzle after you've read the note about making V-Jolt. Still flopping around. I forgot which room it was for a second. It looks like a plant root. Yeah, you like that? It's withered. That was very fast. Now we just go fight the thing. Yeah, it's interesting that there's a secret lab under the guardhouse and not under the mansion, like, for instance. But I think the researchers slept here, too. I think it was, like, researchers and guards all slept here. Although there aren't very many rooms. Not that we get to see anyway. I mean, I imagine it's probably a bit bigger. But alas, let's kill a plant. It's time to fight nature, baby. Eat shotgun. Ow. Wow, bitch slap of the century. Gotcha. I probably could have gotten away with using the grenade launcher there, but you know what? It all worked out in the end. It turned into a squashed blueberry. And there's a mansion key. Of all the places to find one. A carving of a helmet. Back to the mansion we go.
Wesker!
Jill, so you're safe.
That's what I was going to say. Where on earth have you been? You disappeared from the hall all of a sudden.
I'm sorry, but I have my reasons. Perhaps you guys have met them? It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
Is that right? Anyway, it's good to see you're safe.
Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
Yes, you're right.
Now, there are a lot of rooms in that mansion that we can't get into because they're locked up. I have been looking around for clues.
Okay, I'll go to the other house and see if I can find any clues.
Will you do that? I'm counting on you.
Where on earth have you been? Okay. I should have had that prepared. I don't remember the script for this game word for word, but that almost jumped me. But yeah, she put a lot of emphasis on been. Where have you been? I love this game though. The voice acting is part of the reason why I love this game so much. Alright, let's return to the mansion. Actually, I'm gonna keep the shotgun on me because of reasons, but we're gonna grab more ammo. How you doing, Stormcrow? Welcome to the stream. We're doing all of Resident Evil 1 in one go. Alright, now I have to deal with my own amazing organizational skills here. There we go, shells. Actually, that's all the shotgun ammo I have. That's fine, actually. Okay. I'm doing good. I've just been doing a lot of spooky games because it's October. Today is Resident Evil. We're doing Resident Evil. Next Wednesday we'll be doing Outlast. The Wednesday after that we'll be doing The Typing of the Dead. And the final Wednesday of October we'll be doing Grim Fandango. And then I'll be doing a Halloween stream as well. And there's gonna be games in between those as well, but those are like the 4 major games that I'm doing this month. Okay. I suppose, well, you know what, I think I'll be fine. But October's my favorite time of the year, so I wanted to celebrate and play a bunch of my favorite horror games. Okay, hold on. Oh, thank God my mic's not picking that up. Somebody's car alarm just started going off outside of my apartment. Maybe I should grab a health item, actually. Maybe somebody's getting their car jacked. I doubt it. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just take one of these. But yeah, I decided to play this over the remake just because I like the extra cheesiness. The remake is excellent, but this is like a horror movie. This is like the Evil Dead of horror games, or it's just deliciously cheesy.
This is Brad. I know you can't answer me, but somehow, give me a...
But somehow, what, Brad?
This is Jill. Brad? Oh, it's broken.
Is it broken, Jill, or do you just not know how to use a walkie-talkie? Because you didn't even have your own walkie-talkie. You had to take Richard's. Alright. Waterfall in stereo. So we're about to meet one of my favorite Resident Evil monsters of all time. I was excited because we got to see these again in the Resident Evil engine when the Resident Evil 3 remake came out. They'd been out of the monster we're about to run into had been taken out of Resident Evil for a little while. But yeah, their appearance in 3 remake was amazing. I liked how good they made them look. Here it is. I love this cutscene. That motherfucker doesn't even have to deal with loading screens. Look at his shit-eating grin. Fuck. Okay, let me go this way and get away from him a little bit. The hunters are so good. And the 3 remake, they look excellent. That's the creature we read about earlier. That looks like a skinless gorilla. And they're now everywhere. It might actually be more effective to use my bazooka on them, but I'm not going to. Oh yeah, I didn't read the note, but Wesker left a bunch of items in here for us. Or Barry. I think it was Barry, actually. I think Wesker does it if you play as Chris. Thanks, Barry. Now I will save, because we're back at the mansion and enemies have reappeared. Right, wrong memory card. I'm gonna do that like every time. This game doesn't have a lot of pre-rendered cutscenes. I mean, most of them are just live action. That is to say, the first and last cutscenes are live action. But that one pre-rendered cutscene where it's like the perspective of the hunter, I always love that cutscene. I don't know why. I like how like gross and meaty his arm looks when he grabs the door. Okay, I think we'll be okay with this loadout for now. I hate calling it a loadout, but that's what I'm gonna call it. Alright guys, I got my Call of Duty loadout. I'll put some bullets in the back room. Use them in case of trouble, Barry. So now it's time to remember where the helmet key doors were. Shh. They don't know I'm here. Okay, I thought that would work. Now I'm just sad. Ow. Fuck. That area. Oh, I'm fine. Never mind. That attack, I'm pretty sure can insta-kill you. That's the one. Well, that was our first death. Headless. Maybe I should just use the grenade launcher. I think I'll save ammo if I use the grenade launcher. I didn't really want to use it this early, but it's probably a good idea to just use it. Well, this early. We're like halfway through the game already, but good luck. You know what? Fine. I'll use the grenade launcher. I think acid rounds is best on the Hunters. You know what would be another good game we could squeeze in? We might be able to squeeze in. The first Luigi's Mansion I could probably do this month as well. It's another spooky game that takes place in a mansion. There, that should be good enough. Let's go teach those hunters who's boss. Boss. His arms blew off. That was incredible. Yeah, you like that? It must be explosive rounds in this thing right now. Well, explosive rounds seem to work well enough. I don't think we can open this door, but I'm gonna check. I don't remember. Never mind, we can't open that door. We're not going that way yet, though. Not with the grenade launcher. Actually, what is in this room? Just another... I think I know. I think I remember what's in here. We're reaching that point in the game where I'm not super familiar with it. Okay, yeah, I remember this room now. Another piano room. In the DS version, there's a gramophone instead, and you have to crank it. Okay. Death number 2. Well, I was doing good. And then I got to this part of the game.
Resident Evil.
I forgot that the snake could eat you whole. Although it might only do that when you're at lower health. Alright, you know what? Let's do this, because I think I'm gonna use the bazooka, and I'm gonna bring one thing of acid rounds. And I'm going to also bring the pistol because I think you get stuck in like the basement area for a little while, and there is some regular zombies down there. I'm also going to heal. There. Now let's try again. This time I'm prepped. Jill stomps her way up the stairs. No reason to be quiet. Just stomp your way everywhere. Man, say goodbye to your arms. I'm glad that one hit put us back in caution. That's great. Screw it. Just put me at full health. I don't want to get eaten by a snake again. Man, he is back with a vengeance. Wow. All of a sudden I feel like I'm really bad at this game. It all went downhill from the bean. No, I just started a new game. Fuck, hold on. I think I need to just use the shotgun on the snake. It worked fine the first time around.
Resident Evil.
Yeah, oh man. Unskippable dialogue. I do like how it pauses after good. Alright, you know what? We're gonna bring the shotgun and the grenade launcher instead. Bazooka, I mean. In some versions, I think it's called, or maybe it's Resident Evil 2, it's called the grenade gun. It's amazing. The grenade launcher in 2 is also like one-shot reload. I think. In 2 Remake, it definitely was. I mean, do I even need to go after this one on the right? Yeah, just get him out of the way. Alright, let's see if we have any luck with the shotgun. It's a bit faster than the grenade launcher. And requires a little less accuracy, I feel. I'm no expert at this game. Which should be obvious after the last 10 minutes. Alright, get away from me, you freak. Yeah, you like that? He turned into he died like an Ocarina of Time boss. It's not exactly what I was looking for, but it worked. Alright, now let's jump down the hole. It's too dark to see anything.
Jill, have you found anything interesting?
Jill.
Yes, but I can't see very well.
How about going down to check by yourself? I have a rope here.
Oh, do you? Well, then I'll try to go down using the rope.
Wait.
Wait.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on?
Now I've done it. Sorry, Jill. Wait. I'll go and get another rope.
Gee,
Barry?
thanks, Barry.
Barry!
How very useful of you to just leave me down here. There's a switch below. Will you push it? Barry never comes back. Spoiler. There's no. You can't wait for him. Or maybe you can. I don't know. But we're gonna go this way. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to just go this way. Oh yeah, yeah. So this song is great in this version of the game, but you want to hear what this song sounds like in the DualShock Director's Cut? Take a listen to this. This is amazing. This is the basement theme from the DualShock Director's Cut. Scary. Okay. Alright. That's enough of that. So this version of the theme is way better. Say goodbye to your head. This actually almost sounds like music in Metroid Fusion. Or I should say Fusion has music that almost sounds like this. This is another one of those songs in the game that would have made me want to hide behind the couch. Synchronization. If I don't notice them, they won't notice me. I should have realized. It's okay, I'm fine. This elevator's not functioning, right? Never mind, it is. I didn't want to get on it, but I guess I'm on it. Bwamp. Bwamp. What a way to go. I thought there was going to be a hunter, but it's just Zambinis. Also, I thought this door was going to unlock. Wow, I really don't remember this part very well. Where are we? Okay. Well, that was unfortunate. Okay, and I can't even go this way. Oh yeah, because this is on the other side of that keypad door. Alright, I don't want to waste too much more of my shotgun shells. Ugh. A battery. Now I can move the elevator in the courtyard. Xavier. Nice battery brand. Yep. Okay, so it is explosive rounds I had in here. Well, they're pretty effective for being like the baseline rounds. Oh, I don't know why I love that so much. That's the most effective way to use shotguns on regular zombies, though. Ooh, Magnum rounds. Full metal jacket. I'm also out of inventory space. Thanks, camera. I'm not out of, well, not out of inventory space now. Scrapbook. Raccoon Times, May 27th, 1998. Animal attack? Woman mutilated. May 20th, around 10 p.m., a 20-year-old young woman's body was found by a passerby on the left bank of Marble River in the Cider district of Raccoon City. Raccoon police assume it to be a grizzly or other animal's doing because there are teeth marks along her mutilated arms and left foot that show considerable power. Since she was wearing a hiking boot on her remaining foot, it has been determined that she was attacked in the Arklay Mountains and fell into the river. They are hurrying to identify this woman. Raccoon Weekly, June 16th, 1998. Monsters in Arklay Mountains? Some people claim they've seen monsters in the Arklay Mountains. The monsters are supposedly about the same size as large dogs and usually run in a pack as wolves do. This may sound like a group of ordinary wild dogs, but these monsters are surprisingly fierce and hard to hurt. They say these dogs won't bother you unless you wake them. So you smart readers should stay out of the Arklay Mountains for the time being. But if you're looking for adventure, check it out. You want to try? Raccoon Times, July 9th, 1998. Mystery on Arklay Mountains. Mountain road blocked. Due to successive disasters in the Arklay Mountains, the city authorities have decided to block the road leading to the foothills. At the same time, Raccoon Police intend to begin the search for lost people with the help of STARS team members. They expect great difficulty because of the vast size of the Arklay Mountains and the primeval forest that covers most of the area. Also, people are still reporting sightings of grotesque monsters in the mountains. So there's a collection of news articles. Fairly recent ones at that. Alright, before we go through this door, we're going to backtrack a little bit, because there was some health items out here, and I don't want to, I don't want to die. People die when they are killed. And I don't want none of that. Now, I don't think I can combine these without being able to pick up both of them first, but I'm going to try. No, okay. So here's what I'll do. I'll just, there. Now I'm in fine. I should be okay to continue exploring. It'll feel good to save, though, when we do finally get to a save spot. Ink ribbon. Okay. I can look over the courtyard from here. It's a helicopter port, or a helipad, if you will. If I could contact the other members from there. Okay. No, unfortunately I can't carry any more items. I could sure use a storage room. There's not one far from my location if I could go through the door, but can't. There's a switch. Will you push it? No. I don't remember exactly what I'm supposed to do here, actually. Most of them are on chemistry. I think I'm supposed to move this statue to a specific spot. Let's just see what happens when we hit the switch. Ah, okay. Put the statue here! Can't carry any more items. Well, I'll have to come back for that. Alright, let's go make our way to a storage room so we can come back up here and grab these items. Hey, we're in the kitchen. This whole mansion has one kitchen and one bathroom. I don't think that's an oven. I think that's a microwave. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This cutscene's great too. You expect it to be a hunter, and then bam, it's just a zombie. But still, it creeps you out for the rest of the game because it's like, damn, that zombie opened a door. Now what? Are they going to start opening doors? And you become paranoid. Now that's the same elevator, I think. Hello, I got something for you. Hold on a moment. Kenneth's body's gone. Alright, let's save. So I can breathe easy for a few minutes. And now we can make our way to the storage room. With our obnoxious stair stomping. Say goodbye to your arms, fuckface. Ooh, Long trip to get to a storage room. Alright, so let's put away the battery for the moment. We are going to need that soon, but we'll put that away for the moment. Put that away. We're going to put the shotgun away and grab our pistol. Wherever I left that. There it is. And let's put these acid rounds away. We're just going to use explosive rounds for the moment. We can put these magnum rounds away. And I just want to check one door real quick while we're over here. I think it has its own key, but I don't remember. We're just about ready to, believe it or not, leave the mansion again. No, it's the helmet key. There we go. More magnum rounds. Those, like Resident Evil tradition, we hang on to those till the final boss. Eagle of East, Wolf of West. Doom Book 1. There was a medal in the book. A medal from the first Doom book. You know what the Doom book says? It says, shoot the cyber demon until it dies. Alright, let's put these away and then get back to searching for items. Now we're gonna go back up to that room where we couldn't get the items, because we want those items. That disc, believe it or not, is important to getting the good ending. I don't know why I ran all the way around like that. I just did. But yeah, so I never minded all the backtracking and re-exploring this game requires you to do. I know I've heard people complain that the Resident Evil 1 and 2 suffer from having a lot of backtracking. It never really bothered me because it just felt like you were exploring and finding puzzles and solving them. Oh, how convenient. It just passes by that floor. Well, anyway, all we have to do is go down here. But I never minded it. In a lot of ways, it is kind of like a Metroidvania game. Where you just explore and retrace your steps when you have new items. Bwomp, bwomp. Bwomp, bwomp. I'm gonna celebrate beating this tonight by watching someone else play it afterwards. Well, not this exactly. I think I'm gonna watch someone else play the remake after this. Just so I can kind of compare them, like, fresh in my mind. Hold on, I'm gonna equip the grenade launcher real quick. The MO disc. Never mind, I thought a monster showed up there. Maybe that's only the DS version. Or maybe the DualShock Director's Cut version added it. Because the DS version is kind of the DualShock Director's Cut version, but with this version's music. The DS version is like the ultimate way to play this game. It might sound strange, but it really is the best version of Resident Evil. It's the best version of classic Resident Evil, anyway. The remake is going to be the same on any console you play it on. Alright. That's everything I needed to grab here. So now, I think there's one more room we're gonna check. And then we're ready to leave the mansion again. I've also, another thing people complain about with this and all the classic Resident Evils, the tank controls. A lot of people struggle with the tank controls. I might have a little bit when I was a kid, but I was so young when I first played Resident Evil that I got used to the controls and it just became second nature for me. Tank controls, for me, make sense. I know they don't for other people, but, you know, it's just forward moves your character forward. From their perspective. Up is forward, down is backwards. Left and right turn you left and right. I think I see a spider on my wall. Hold on, let me zap this guy real quick. He's gross. I'll be right back. I just gotta get my bug zapper. Okay. Situation is under control. I leave them alone if they stay out of my space, but sometimes they get too close to my space. I gotta get them. Alright, actually, this is not the way I wanted to go. I want to go... I want to go over to the... in the direction of the lion room. That's not where I'm headed, but... there's one door over there I think we can open. I think it might be the last helmet key door. No, I'm equipping the bazooka because I'm pretty sure there's hunters in this hallway. Did he survive the bazooka? What a motherfucker. Oh, Jill, come on. He's right there. Gotcha. I really like the polygon explosion effect they do on their arms. It's great. It's like glass shattering. Alright, let's save and heal up a little bit. Wrong memory card. Okay, let's see. Let's go check that last door. Now, in the remake, zombies can open doors and can follow you through rooms. Not all the doors, but some of them. Ow. Fuck. Somehow I'm still fine. You know what? I'll take it. The game definitely jumps in difficulty after the guardhouse, which is fine. Just makes me glad I didn't turn the difficulty up higher than standard. Orders. Top secret, July 22nd, 1998, 2:13. To the head of the security department, X day is approaching. Complete the following orders within the week. 1. Lure the members of STARS into the lab and have them fight with the BOW in order to obtain data of actual battles. Collect 2 embryos per BOW type, making sure to include all species except for Tyrant. Destroy the Arclay lab, including all researchers and lab animals, in a manner which will seem accidental. White umbrella. Orders has been filed. Alright. Take the shells. Got a pocket full of shells. There's a thing to be done here. I think that's in the deer head up here. Hold on. Something like that. You turn the light off. Yep. There's the red gem. There. Now we'll go put the red gem in the eye and we'll be done here. And I think once we leave the mansion this time, I don't think we'll be coming back. Well, we got quite the collection of Magnum rounds, so that's cool. Alright, let's go put the other jewel in the tiger. There we go. We got the Magnum. It's a Colt Python. Okay. Time to take a piss. What the hell are you doing? No, it's time to leave the mansion. Whoa, this hall is dangerous. If I rebuilt the mansion from Resident Evil 1, though, I think I'd base it on the mansion from the remake, because there's some extra rooms that kind of make a little bit more sense to be there. Alright, yeah. We're gonna stop at this storage room here and grab the items we need. You know, it's kind of too bad this is the only Resident Evil they ported over to the DS, because they definitely could have done 2 and 3 as well. What am I looking for? The battery. Where did I put the battery? And we can put that away. Something that's interesting about the original Resident Evil is the handgun, which is your starting gun, almost, or like, never becomes completely useless. There's always, throughout, from the beginning of the game, from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, it's still practical to use. Just not on hunters. Man, that jump attack sucks. Almost as much as your mom. Got him. I'm sorry, your mom doesn't suck. Your mom's great. I forgot an item, but you know what? Shit, I forgot an item. I forgot an item that we're definitely gonna need. The item I forgot is the crank that I forgot in my inventory the entire time we were in the guardhouse. There. Alright, now we're ready. This is why I'm not speedrunning this game. Just a casual playthrough. Oh, excuse me. Gotta stretch. Hold on. I just want to check. How long have we been playing this? 3.5 hours so far. It's not too bad. Here's to another 3.5 hours to go. Actually, I don't think there's that much left, but I could definitely be wrong about that. There we go. Just plug in that big old car battery. And now we can see what's behind the waterfall finally. It's where we'll finally find the crystals of Gingledoof. There. Now the water's filled back up very quickly. But because we put the battery in the elevator, we can still get down. That's literally the whole point of the elevator there. Alright. Time to see what monstrosities await. Yeah, so here's the catacombs. This place is very, like, odd looking. Its color palette is very, like, brown. So we got a spot where we can save. There's a hexagonal hole. This is square, I think. Yep. So, can't use that crank. There's a storage box somewhere. In the remake, I'm pretty sure they stuck the storage box right in this hallway. But yeah, the catacombs are a little unsettling. Especially when this music starts playing.
Is that Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Wait there! Are you with anybody, Jill?
Yeah?
What? Oh no, I'm alone. But why are you asking?
Listen, the stars are going to be finished soon. Someone is a traitor. Everything was plotted from the start by Umbrella.
Enrico! Who killed him, I wonder?
Okay, hold on. Sorry. Who could have killed Enrico? Okay, alright, sorry. Checking a message. So yeah, someone shot Enrico. He couldn't have moved because of this injury. He's holding something. She doesn't want to admit she just looted that off of him. Look, it's a crank. Someone dropped this. Probably the shooter. Yeah, these catacombs always creeped me out a little bit when I was younger. It's a power generator, but does not seem to work. Okay, I'm gonna use these green herbs and just get myself up to full health. And thankfully, there's some explosive rounds here as well. Gotcha. Okay, so we looped around. Which is our cue to go back this way and use that crank. Still haven't found a storage box, though, so... guess we won't be saving. Unless there's one in here somewhere and I just missed it, but I'm pretty sure there isn't. What do you mean can't use it here? That's a hexagon. I know it is. Jack Black taught me. Okay, there we go. No, wait, he taught me about octagons. Convenient is the only word that comes to mind. Yeah, so I want this to be the hallway that just has the one chunk of it that rotates. I mean, nobody's gonna be brave enough to jump over it. It's like 2 feet wide. That's too far, man. Just rotate it, and if it's rotated one way, it's just a bottomless hole. If it's rotated the other way, it's a regular hallway. Okay, get ready to be Indiana Jones. Bum ba dum ba, bum ba da, bum ba dum ba. Bum ba da bum ba ba bum ba dum ba bum ba da 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 da. Right. Did you like that, you son of a bitch? Man, I don't know how you would have got to these doors without that boulder. Oh yeah. Yeah. Alright. Fucking spider, motherfucker. Got him. Alright, there's a knife here, and there's a reason for that. Everyone knows that the knife sucks. But you need the knife for this part. To get through these webs. Hold on. On this door here. Now I'm pretty sure there's blue herbs on the other side of this. So I'm just gonna run around like an idiot for a second. Try and step on some spiders. And sirens. The ambulance. I live pretty much right across the street from a hospital. Which is why there's sirens so often. I swear there better be a blue herb on the other side of this door. No, there isn't. Well, that's nice. I'd hate to have to do this part oh, good. I'm gonna say, I do not want to have to do this part again because I got poisoned. There, now we can save and put our second combat knife away. I don't know if I should hang on to the cranks or what. We're gonna put them away for now. If I really have to come back and get them, it's not that big of a deal. Alright, let's grab this. There we go. Now we can save and breathe easy. That giant spider is kind of a boss battle, I suppose, but it's definitely among the easiest fights in this game. Alright, let's see if I got any more explosive rounds. I'm willing to use those. The flame rounds and acid rounds I'd like to save. There. We're making good progress. Snakes. Just for funsies. Oh yeah, another boulder. Okay, let's go get the cranks. Because we need to, like, drop that boulder down that hole somehow. That's the only way to avoid this one. I like how they've employed the boulder technology to protect the catacombs down here from trespassers. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is, I think you need to get the boulder after you and then crank the thing, but I'm going to crank it first just in case. I'm going to do what Soulja Boy taught me. Hopefully I'm doing this right, because I don't really want to sit here and watch this animation too many times. Okay, I guess I do have to... Damn it. Alright. Wait, actually, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm dumb. It's okay. Yeah, now I can run away from the boulder and go in there. There, no big deal. We even found a secret room. I'll check the other side too, just in case. It's a map of the underground. Will you take it? You get the map of the underground. I always called it the catacombs. I think that's what the remake calls it. There. I think there's one more disc like that to find. Okay, hold on. I vaguely recall what we're supposed to do here. Okay, right. Somebody really likes puzzles. To set all this up in their mansion. Also, I like how apparently it's just impossible to pull things. They had to invent a device to push it away from the wall because no one knows how to pull anything. There we go. Eagle of East, Wolf of West, Book 2. It's the sequel. Pretty badass wolf metal, actually. Alright, how much of the underground here do we have left to explore? Not much of it. I like how they gave us the map basically after we had seen every room down here. That's excellent. I guess they wanted to make sure you saw that there was a hidden room there, maybe? Okay, so now we should be able to just leave and use these medals. Am I going the right way? No wait, I don't want to take this elevator yet. This elevator is the elevator we want to take. I need to stop at the storage room first. There, wolf metal, eagle metal. We should be safe to put the crank away. Now let's take that elevator up and get out of the underground. The underground's a short area. I think it's quite a bit longer in the remake though. Alright. Yeah, it's time for the final area. Picture of an eagle is carved in a round hollow. Picture of a wolf is carved in a round hollow. There. I'm gonna grab some of these. Actually, I should be able to grab all of them. Alright, down to the secret underground lab. It's Dr. Evil's secret underground lair. Welcome to my secret underground lair. The door is tightly locked. There's a plate on right-hand side. Emergency exit will not open unless under first-class emergency. What is considered a first-class emergency? I wonder. Well, it's time to wrap up this game. It didn't take too long, but it took a little while. I mean, this final area is going to take us probably a good hour, maybe, depending on how many times I die. They're giving us a lot of health items all of a sudden. Alright, I think that's the final disc. I think there's only 3. Let me take a look at this real quick. Seems to be a startup disk. Door lock system? Good luck reading that on the original PS1. It's electronically locked. Man. I'm excited. Friday we'll be doing Metroid Dread. Oh yeah, you run into these, like, decomposed, naked zombies. They have very loud footsteps. I get the impression, I think they're trying to give you the impression that these zombies have been zombies for a while. I'm not really sure why else they'd be naked. But it's like, hey, you know, these zombies have decomposed a lot. Let me just clean up a little bit. It's a switch, yes. Alright, let's see here. Researcher's letter. June 8th, 1998. Dear Ada. Ada, by the time you read this, I'll be something different. Today's test turned out to be positive, just as I expected. I feel like going crazy when I think about becoming one of them. Ada, you're not infected, and I hope you never will be. In case you're the last one left, take the material in the visual data room and go to the power room to operate the triggering system before you escape. And make all this public through the media. If everything is in order, all the locks can be opened by the security system. You can access the system if you log in with my name from the terminal in the small lab and enter the password. The password is your name. To unlock the door at B2 where the visual data room is located, you'll need to access with our names first and then enter another password. I've written the code below. I'm sure you'll understand it easily. And this is my last hope. If you find me completely changed, please kill me yourself. Yours, John. So we got John, Ada, and whatever those symbols were. John, Ada. Funnily enough, Ada is not a character we'll meet in this game. Yeah, I gotta go back to the storage box. Something is written on the picture. Tree, apple, man, woman. Okay. So let's do some deciphering, shall we? Alright, so it's like a man, an M, a fish, an R, and then a M, but without the X. So the M with the X is an M. The R is an L. Fish is an O. So M-O-L. 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 The last symbol is the M without the X. And, E. No, yeah, E, apple, E. So, mole, M-O-L-E. It's a pretty simple puzzle. A passcode panel. You don't have the passcode. It's electronically locked. Alright, let's go back to the storage box real quick. Dump off our excess items. This is a song with a drowning atmosphere. Don't remember which room you used the discs in, but I'm not going to grab them till I know which room it is. I know it's going to be a lot of back and forth, but it's not that big of a deal. We are almost done after all. Oh yeah, zombies respawn in here, don't they? That's kind of a pain in the ass. Oh well. It's not that much of a... it's not that big of a deal. Slide cartridge. Nothing special. Just a tanning bed. This computer is used to open the electronic locks. Will you turn it on? Yes. Hands. Umbrella. Umbrella Computer OS Ropals. Copyright Umbrella Corp. Login. Well, John. I don't like this fucking alphabetical keyboard. What a great looking computer, man. Permission denied. Enter password. Mole. Verified. Unlocked. Alright, and B3. That one didn't require a password. There. I'm a real hacker. All right. Let's go check. I think I remember I think I vaguely remember which room has the... crap. I thought I could get past that motherfucker. I think it's one of the rooms here. Okay, all of a sudden, there's a lot of you. I wouldn't normally use the grenade launcher on a regular zombie, but that kind of called for it. Whew, screw that room. Fax. To General Manager of Sanitation Division, from Special Committee on Disasters, Raccoon Special Research Department. This memorandum is strictly confidential and must be destroyed as soon as it is understood. Regarding the T-virus outbreak which occurred recently, this committee conducted a field survey. According to the survey results, estimates on the amount of damage caused by the accident are considerably greater than reported earlier. First, although it is very difficult to obtain accurate data in terms of actual numbers, it is thought that more than half of the researchers died after exposure to the T-virus. The body count will most likely increase since nearly all of the survivors show symptoms peculiar to the T-virus. Second, our security system is still in operation. However, our Special Security Guard squad has been nearly destroyed. Because of that, research information considered by our company to be top secret has been made available to outsiders. Countermeasures should be taken as soon as possible. Finally, many of the subjects from the experiment have escaped and are out of control. We believe that some researchers were killed by these subjects, and their bodies were mutilated. By curious coincidence, these events are proof of the success of our research. However, there is also a very high risk that this news may be leaked to the press if we don't act immediately. The condition is very serious. Our operation is to cover up the situation is difficult to obtain. However, we hope the problem will be solved quickly. We are especially concerned that the state police and STARS are intervening too quickly. We need to act on this situation as well. It's a passcode output machine. If I had a MO disk, I could get the code. Alright, so here's where you use it. In the remake, this looks like a GameCube. Alright, here's the first password. I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this, and you have not withheld your son, your only son. Genesis 22:16. So let's go grab the other discs so we can do this password thing. This password thing is important to getting the good ending. Also, did I open this door? I must, yes, I had to have. Let's go in here first real quick. I don't think this room has anything super important in it, but there's some plot revelations that are important. There's a panel. Will you open it? There's a switch. Will you press it? No. Not yet. Security system. Basement level 1 helicopter port. Executives and government officials only on helicopter port. This restriction may not apply in case of an accident. Passage to the helicopter. No one is allowed to enter unless they are attended by a research consultant or security director. All others will be shot on sight. Elevator. The elevator stops during emergencies. Basement level 2, visual data room. Visual data room is within the control of Special Research Division Keith Arving. The room manager is designated to have jurisdiction over room usage. Basement level 3, prison. Sanitation Division controls the usage of the prison. Consultant researchers E. Smith, S. Ross, A. Wesker must be present if virus is used. Triple lock door. No one is allowed to enter unless he presents all passcode documents. Passcode documents must be created on the specialized output machine by the chief researcher of each block. Power room. Only headquarters supervisors may enter. This restriction may not apply in the consultant researcher if the consultant researcher has received special instructions. Passcode output machine. No one is allowed to use the passcode output machine but the chief researchers. Basement level 4, top secret. Regarding the progress of Tyrant after the use of T-Virus, remaining document is unreadable. Security system has been filed. A projector. Umbrella Inc. Bioweapon Materials. MA-39 Cerberus. FI-3 Neptune. MA-121 Hunter. T-002 Tyrant. Bioweapon Research Institute R&D staff. Huh, that guy on the right looked a little familiar. Yep. Let's take a look at it real quick. Strange mark is carved here. It's the power room key. An intercom. It does not seem to be operative. Alright, let's grab those other password discs. So we can get the full password. Alright, let's see here. Grab these two. Alright, hopefully we find a spot we can save soon, just because I don't want to lose all this progress. Oh, alright. Here we go. Time to break the rules. We can't use it here. Oh yeah. Fuck, it's a different printer for each one. For some reason I thought you brought all three of them to the same printer. Damn it. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna keep them on us. Hopefully we'll find the other printers. Aggressive. Yes. Discard. Well, we got some shotgun shells. Excuse me. Yes. Alright, so here we go. We got another puzzle here. There's vents that are gonna leak poisonous gas. Gas. And we don't want that. Wow. Wow. I didn't realize I could step on the button. Okay, but I'm fine. Alright. We have to push this other box over the other vent. This is set up in a very interesting way that forces you to, you know, because things can't be pulled in the world of Resident Evil 1. Hopefully I've got the boxes far enough apart from each other. Okay, those vents should be covered. Right. How? This room, I don't know why, but this room's a little bit annoying. It looked like it was only escaping out of that bottom one, so I guess I pushed the box down just a little bit too far. I guess. Let's try this again. Alright, we'll try like right there. That's 100% right over that vent. Even though I'm pretty sure it was last time too. Okay, hold on. This has to be right, because this is going to be like a fucking keyhole fit. If I can even get this to fit. I think I got the boxes too close to each other. Hold on, I can do this. I can do this. Nope, it's not gonna fit. Alright. I swear to God, if I step on this goddamn button trying to move this box up a little bit. Really? The perspective is a little bit detrimental to this puzzle, I think. There, Jesus. Here we go, another password machine. I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies. Alright, just one more password printer, and we'll have all of those. glad there's still some, like, scientist zombies. Here we go. Be really cool if this was like a save room. Oh, thank goodness. I think my heart knew. All right, another round of Magnum rounds. So let's grab the items in here and put them away real quick, and then we'll save. And we'll continue on our adventures. Ugh, excuse me. I'm gonna have so many items at the end of this that I just didn't use. It's fine. I'm just getting ready to play the game on hard, that's all. Okay. Let's get back to our adventures. Oh yeah, here's the final enemy, by the way. They're really annoying. I think I'm just gonna ignore them. I'm gonna come back with the shotgun and blast them. Comes running at me like a little goblin. The triggering system activator. It's quite big. Okay. I can't use this computer. Gotta get power to the elevator. Ow. It's really loud in here. And through your offspring, all nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me. Alright, let's heal real quick and come back here with the shotgun. So we can teach these motherfuckers a lesson. Do I got any more shells? By the way, I think I actually almost have used the entire storage box. It's a miracle. But I've got so many items in here that, yeah. I did what I thought I couldn't. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's all the shells I got in there. Let me heal real quick. Yeah, let's go teach those fucking goblins a lesson. A bit annoying. I do like the way they run. A power panel. Some areas do not have power. Will you activate the blacked out areas? Yes. Alright, let me check and see if I can use that computer now. I should have taken care of all those creatures. Power for the elevator is activated as the power supply and circuit have been connected. Good. Now let's just go back and use those passwords. Okay, thanks. Okay, I already got in here. I couldn't remember. So that just leaves the elevator and the password doors, the last doors to check. I don't feel like taking the chance and dying. There. Now we can go talk to my boy.
Jill? Is that you, Jill?
Oh, Chris, you're alive!
Of course. Damn it, we're in quite a predicament, Jill.
I know, Chris. Anyway, I have to open this room. It doesn't work. Well, Chris, I'll be sure to come back and help you soon. Will you wait here?
Thanks. I'll be waiting here for you.
What choice does he have? Alright. We'll come back and get Chris. We have to. I checked this room, right? 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 Yes, okay. I can tell I'm getting a little tired just because I'm, like, blanking on rooms I've been in. Alright, in that case, let's save, because it's about time to fight... Well, it's about time we start fighting the final boss. Boss. The game really is almost over. We should finish it before the end of the hour, I imagine. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab... Come on, where's my Magnum? Where's my Colt Python? There it is. And we'll grab all the Magnum rounds I have. Magnum round, Magnum round, Magnum round, Magnum round. Okay, that's all the Magnum rounds I have. That's quite a lot, though. And then we're gonna put the pistol away and the shotgun away. And we're gonna grab the grenade launcher, just as a backup. And all the rounds we have for that. We're so ready. I've got so many grenade launcher rounds. Oh, holy shit. It's amazing. Let's see. Probably could have gotten away with cranking the difficulty up a little bit, but you know what? Whatever. Alright. Now we'll just bring a first aid spray. And... a first aid spray, sure. You know what, I'm gonna put this away and bring out one more first aid spray. There. We could not be more equipped. Oh, hold on, let me save real quick. We could not be more equipped for this finale. Oh. All right, here we go. It is time. Time to finish this.
Jill!
It's Barry.
I was looking for you.
Barry.
Jill, don't be angry. I wanted you to wait for me.
Barry, don't screw up again like you did when you dropped that rope. Wesker?
You did a fine job, Barry.
Just as I thought.
I think you should stay away from Barry, Jill. I hear that his wife and 2 daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
You are so cruel.
Well, you don't have to worry about anything, because you'll be free from this world very soon, Jill.
Why do you have to destroy stars?
That's Umbrella's intention. This laboratory has been engaging in dangerous experiments, and recently an accident has occurred. Anyway, this disaster cannot be made public.
That's why having stars nosing about is so inconvenient. So you're a slave of Umbrella now, along with these virus monsters.
I think you misunderstand me, Jill. To me, the monsters you mention mean nothing. I'm going to burn all of them together with this entire laboratory. I must complete my mission as ordered by Umbrella. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
Barry!
Barry's such a fool. He'll be under the control of Umbrella forever.
How come both Umbrella and you can intimidate him by taking his family as hostages?
Umbrella? Well, I intimidated him, but it had nothing to do with Umbrella. I just used him for my personal purposes, though both you and Barry seem to think I was following orders from Umbrella.
So you're planning something else?
If you succeeded in developing the world's most powerful biological weapon, what would you do? What if you were in charge?
You must stop this now.
You're a brave girl. But if I were you, I wouldn't give up such a big discovery. You guys are idiots. No one understands its real value.
So, you're going to steal all the research?
Better yet, I'm going to show you the tyrant.
Okay. Here it is, the tyrant.
Tyrant virus is a super virus, which creates a monster which is much stronger than human beings. Tyrant is the most powerful biological weapon in the world.
You don't mean you're experimenting on real people?
This is really beautiful. All this power will be mine.
For the sake of an awful creature?
Don't be upset. All weak people exist to be eaten. What? Don't come this way! No!
Well, Albert Wesker's dead.
It can't control what it does.
here's the tyrant. We're gonna start blasting. You know, honestly, it's a pretty cool monster design for the final boss. Basically just a very big human. Oops, I killed him. Alright, let's see how Wesker's doing. So, who would have guessed that Captain Wesker was the traitor and he was using Barry against us? I'm gonna have to just, like, use one of these. What do you mean? Oh, for fuck's sake. Hold on. I can't pick up the key because I don't have any inventory space. What a miserable death. Well, there's only one solution I can think of. Oh my god. Why? Why can't I just discard items? That was miserable. Wait, where do I use it then? I like all these old servers and things. I guess I could have not done what I just did, but you know what? Whatever. Pretty sure I can finish this game with just the Magnum, considering how much ammo I found for the damn thing. Well, Barry's free, because Wesker's dead. Alright. So now we go... I don't know, I guess we just leave, I guess. It's especially coded and looks important. Right, I forgot these things take over everywhere. Okay, where haven't I been? Oh, let's go check on Chris. Can we save Chris yet? Yep, there we go. I got you, Chris.
Oh, Jill!
Sorry for keeping you waiting.
So everything is done?
Well, almost, yes. Now let's go.
We have to get to the heliport and get the hell out of here.
Let's go!
Chris, you don't even have a weapon, do you? You dumb son of a bitch. Thinks he can just punch his way out of everything. Missed me. Right, I forgot about these zombies. You know what, zombies, you can eat bazooka. Get acidified.
Jill!
Hi, Jill. It's you.
Barry?
I'm really embarrassed to see you now. Just leave me. Go quickly.
It's over, Barry. Wesker's dead.
Is that so? Jill, will you do me a favor? This is my last wish. Please give this photo to my family. Will you?
Sure.
Forgive me, Jill.
My God!
Barry's dead. Something is written on the back of the picture. My dearest Moira and Polly, I hope you will grow up to be strong and beautiful women and help to cheer up Mother. Your father will be watching you all from heaven.
Let's get going, Chris. We can't stop.
We can't stop. We have to keep going.
This is Brad. We're running out of fuel. If there is anyone alive, contact me now, okay? This is your last.
A battery.
Oh no, you must be kidding! After we've come all the way here!
Ladies first. Go first, Jill.
But Chris!
Give me a chance to play nice guy.
Okay, I leave it up to you. See you again at the heliport.
It's all coming to a close. I like how the flare... I mean, yes, I understand that that's a flare, but it's just like home fireworks. Yeah, just stand right in front of it. That's safe. Ugh. That was jank as hell. Wait, did I just get like the worst possible ending? What happened to the final boss battle? Well, that was a ending. Okay, so apparently to get the other ending, which is the best ending, you have to wait for Barry to drop the rope down. Fuck. So we just got like the shitty ending. I thought I'd done so well. Well, shit. Hold on, I'm checking something. Okay, you know what? You know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna go on a BRB. This is gonna be like a 5 to 10 minute BRB. I know, it's gonna be a longer one.